Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the May 5th, 2025 board meeting of the Halton District School Board. I would like to extend a special welcome to our guests, both in person and online. We will begin with a roll call. Vice Chair Oliver.
Good evening, everyone.
Trustee Ahmed.
Good evening, Chair, and good evening, everyone.
Trustee Amos.
Good evening, everyone.
Trustee Baxter.
Good evening.
Trustee Bryden.
Good evening.
Trustee Daniele.
Thank you. I am here.
Trustee Gray.
Hello.
Trustee Rocha.
Here.
Trustee Shuttleworth.
Good evening.
Trustee Zhang.
Good evening.
Trustee Ho.
Good evening.
Trustee Ochu.
Good evening.
Director Ennis, would you please let us know which staff are here for support this evening?
Thank you, Chair Collard, and good evening, everyone. We have a full complement of senior staff this afternoon to support tonight's meeting.
Thank you, Chair. We begin by acknowledging the land and our responsibility to care for and respect all that provides us with life. This land upon which HDSB is situated is on the ancestral treaty and tidal lands of the Anishinaabe, Ojibwe, Mississauga Nation, now known as the Mississaugas of the Credit. Mississauga territory, in the past and present, continues to host both Indigenous and non-Indigenous peoples. The HDSB is committed to continuous knowledge building with respect to actions that address and resolve the ongoing impacts of colonialism. We do this by learning and understanding the true history, treaty obligations, duties and responsibilities, and Indigenous rights while actively maintaining mutually beneficial relationships and collectively respecting and caring for the land.
Thank you very much, Student Trustee Ochu. We are now up to item 1.3, approval of the agenda. Trustee Amos, would you make a motion to approve the agenda?
Yes, I will. Thank you.
Thank you. And Trustee Baxter, would you like to second this motion? Yes, please. Are there any objections to approving the agenda? Please proceed, Vice Chair Oliver.
Thank you, Chair. I motion, please, to remove report 25046 from tonight's agenda.
So that would amend the agenda to remove item
5.1.2, report 25045.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? Trustee Bryden.
I understand that this is a politically sensitive time. I am also of the opinion that work across the province in joint action as proposed is entirely appropriate at this point in time. So I would be sad to see this item come off the agenda.
Trustee Shuttleworth.
I agree with Trustee Bryden.
Are there any other? Yes, Trustee Daniele.
Thank you. I'll be supporting pulling it from the agenda for this point in time, given that the budget has not yet come out from the province and we don't know where that's going to be. I believe that waiting a week or two would be a more opportune time to discuss this.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers to this? Okay, so we are going to vote on the amendment to the agenda. And we will be voting with hands raised, virtually and in person. All those in favor of amending the agenda? And those opposed? So that passes, but not unanimously. Trustees Shuttleworth and Bryden voted nay. Now we will move to, actually, we didn't have a seconder for your amendment. Thank you. Trustee Rocha seconded that amendment. Now we will vote on the main motion, which was brought forward by Trustee Amos and Trustee Baxter. All those in favor of the agenda as amended? Thank you. That passes unanimously. Are there any declarations of possible conflict of interest for this evening's agenda? Seeing none, we are now up to item 2.0, delegations, presentations to the board. And we have no delegations or presentations this evening. Oh, no, we do have a presentation this evening. We have a presentation from staff regarding the multi-year strategic plan. I guess we will do the Inspire Awards first. I will pass the gavel to Trustees Gray and Shuttleworth, the co-chairs of the Inspire Awards, to preside over this evening's awards.
Good evening, everyone. So I'm sure, as all of you are aware, at the beginning of each month, the HDSB Board of Trustees takes a moment to honor those unsung heroes who give so much back to the HDSB. Again, I'm going to remind you, I hear this all the time of all these great people that are in our school communities. I was able to give out an award at Tecumseh for last month, and in speaking to the students that came to watch, they were so excited at having an opportunity to be able to nominate their teachers. So it's really important for us to think about that. Tonight, we're able to honor some of these amazing people for the Inspire Award to celebrate the great difference they make to our board. Whether it's through kindness, leadership, or unwavering dedication, we are so thankful and privileged to be able to work with you all. Now, as one of the awards is from Nelson, which is my school, and I get to give it out, I'm going to pass the mic over to Trustee Gray to read them out.
Thank you very, very much. And tonight we're honoring 6 individuals, 2 of whom are with us tonight. The first individual we're honoring is Sydney Watson. Sydney Watson is the school social worker at Nelson High School and has made an extraordinary impact during her time at the school. Widely recognized for her empathy, integrity, and strong work ethic, Sydney sets a high standard through her unwavering commitment to student well-being and staff support. She brings a rare combination of professionalism, approachability, and collaboration, making her a valued presence in both Nelson and its partner elementary school. Sydney's ability to lead by example and continually seek personal and professional growth inspires others across the school community. Her reputation has grown quickly, and students now reach out to her directly, a testament to the trust and respect that she has earned. Colleagues turn to her for guidance and support, especially when navigating challenges with students. Sydney's influence extends well beyond her formal role. She cultivates a sense of unity and shared purpose that motivates her peers. Her positive presence, accessibility, and dedication to excellence make her a deserving candidate for wider recognition. Sydney Watson's impact on Nelson High School is simply immeasurable. Congratulations. And now we'd like to honor Jennifer Smeaton. Jennifer Smeaton has demonstrated unwavering dedication and a profound impact on her students. This year, she went above and beyond for one student who faced significant struggles upon entering the classroom. From the start, she displayed a calm, reassuring presence that made a lasting difference. Her teaching approach is explicit and structured, yet deeply nurturing. She took time to understand the student's challenges and potential, building a positive relationship rooted in trust. Jennifer selflessly gave up prep time and nutrition breaks to support him, anticipating his needs, preparing him for transitions, and ensuring he had snacks to start the day right. She used individualized strategies to build his confidence and celebrated each small success. She created opportunities for meaningful peer connections and helped him feel capable through classroom jobs and tailored interests. While supporting him, she continued to teach and engage her entire class, balancing everyone's needs with professionalism and compassion. Her work became a model for others, enabling consistency across settings. She showed this student that adults can be trusted, leaving a lasting impact. Mrs. Smeaton is an exceptional educator whose inclusive, supportive environment has helped all students thrive. Her work this year makes her a truly deserving Inspire Award recipient. Congratulations, Jennifer.
Thank you, Jennifer and Sydney, for coming. It's really wonderful to be able to celebrate in person. So, as I said, we've been able to celebrate these two great people here, looking at the amazing contributions they make. And the local trustees will be lucky enough to visit the school of our other 4 winners of this award. And that includes Maida Boyne, or at Boyne Public School, Mark Goulet at Kings Road Public School, and then I have 2 more to give at Nelson for Kimberly Grenier at Nelson and Sabrina Yacht at Nelson. 2 people who I both have personal connections to. So, as we move forward towards the end of the school year, please continue to help us shine the light on those who inspire. Nominate someone today and celebrate those everyday heroes who make our school and community stronger. Please look at the HDSB website for the nomination form, and we look forward to getting some more in before June. Thanks very much, everybody.
Thank you very much. Next, we move on to the student trustee report. Student trustees Ochu and Ho, please go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Good evening, staff, superintendents, and trustees. I'm Trustee Ochu.
And I'm Trustee Ho.
And today we're bringing you the student trustee report for the May 6th board meeting.
On April 16th, Trustee Ochu and I held our April monthly Senate meeting in person in Burlington, which lasted from 6 to 8:30 p.m. The theme of the April 16th Student Senate meeting was the upcoming Halton Youth Leadership Symposium. The Senate meeting didn't feature a guest speaker per se, but rather a presentation to the senators from our Directors of Operation for HYLS, which led into an extensive working session for senators to use their HYLS workshops. The meeting started with an in-depth discussion on the strategies schools were using to fundraise for HLF month, and after a quick pizza break, the senators were off to the races working on their Halton Youth Leadership Symposium workshops.
On April 24th, Trustee Ho and I held our 3rd and final Junior Council meeting in person at the HSB Welcome Center from 7 o'clock to 8:30 p.m. The Junior Council, in honor of Earth Day, learned about the environment and participated in a fun birdsong game where the Junior Council members imitated the calls of different birds. Director Ennis gave the Junior Council a resounding discussion on the kindness, connection, and community commitment of the 2024 to 2028 multi-year strategic plan, and challenged the Junior Council to commit 1 act of kindness throughout the following week. The Junior Council was eager to rise to the occasion. After a wonderful picture to commemorate the final Junior Council meeting and some delicious pizza, the rest of the meeting was spent discussing how the Junior Council fundraised for HLF month in their schools, and to our surprise, individual Junior Council members reported raising hundreds of dollars for HLF in their schools.
Throughout the month of April, Trustee Ochu, our staff advisors, our Directors of Operation, student senators, and I have been working on our upcoming Halton Youth Leadership Symposium, which will take place on Thursday, May 29th. The Halton Youth Leadership Symposium is an entirely student-run conference where attendees learn skills from successful leaders and engage in meaningful conversations with like-minded youth. This day features workshops, panels, keynote speakers, and networking breaks.
There have been multiple meetings with our Directors of Operations and staff advisors where we put together a timeline and present guest speaker options. Information which was relayed to our workshop leaders, who are also student senators who are working on their subcommittee initiatives, who then assign tasks and delegate to workshop members while adhering to the timeline. The April and May student senate meetings each have a large portion dedicated to providing senators with time to work on their workshops and to have them prepared for the Halton Youth Leadership Symposium.
This past month has been incredible for the Student Senate, the Junior Council, and the Halton Youth Leadership Symposium. Additionally, from May 22nd to 25th, Trustee Ochu and I, as well as our incoming HGSB student trustee Jay Chu, will be heading to downtown Toronto to attend the OSTA AITCO annual general meeting. We look forward to representing the HSB in conversations with provincial stakeholders in education and connect with our friends from across Ontario's school boards.
That concludes our student trustee report for the May 6th, 2025 board meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, student trustees Ochu and Ho. Are there any questions this evening for our student trustees? Once again, a very busy month, Congratulations on all your successes and best wishes for a successful Youth Leadership Conference.
Thank you very much.
Our next item is 3.4, presentations. Director Ennis, would you please lead off this evening's presentation of the MYSP monitoring report referencing item 6.1.1.
Thank you, Chair Collard. We're pleased this evening to present to you the monitoring report that highlights commitments in all of our 6 areas in the multi-year strategic plan for 2024 to 2028. I just want to say a big thank you to the Board of Trustees and to all the staff who have provided us with this roadmap. There is significant resonance with this multi-year strategic plan right across the system, and I see it every day in action. And so I'm going to turn it over to Associate Director Salmini, as she will then lead us through the commitment areas.
Thank you. Yes, so this evening we're really pleased to be able to share some of the work that we have done towards implementation of the multi-year strategic plan. We're 6 months in right now, and much of the outcome data we won't see until the fall, but certainly we have created a report with many outputs to give trustees and the public a flavor for the kind of work that's been going on in our schools in terms of implementation. So I'm going to pass it over to a variety of different superintendents to share a brief highlights of some of that work in each of the commitments. So I'm going to begin with Superintendent Frankovich, Connor, and Ruddick to talk about learning, engagement, and achievement.
Thank you. I'll start things off in elementary programs. So we, with a cross-departmental approach, implemented Wilson Foundations and our structured reading interventions, reaching all of our elementary schools, supported by 20 of our learning resource teachers and 18 itinerant resource teachers. In math, our early intervention was supported through coaching and leadership development, with 70 of our classes receiving instructional math coaching from dedicated facilitators, and over 27,000 of our students engaging in digital math tools such as Knowledge Hook. We had multiple professional learning sessions targeting educators' understanding of use of high-impact instructional strategies, and staff were provided with significant opportunities for professional learning to support not only their growth, but student success and making sure everything's aligned with our MYSP. Learning opportunities have primarily been focused on intervention strategies and, once again, the high-impact instructional strategies right across the curriculum. Some of the specific PD that we provided in math was to support students with additive thinking, supporting the development of multiplicative thinking, supporting students with fractions, and introduction to building thinking classrooms, building on the work of Peter Lilldale. And then we also meet teachers where they are at. So we provided sessions on introduction to number talks, but then also sessions on digging deeper into number talks for our staff who are further along that continuum. And as I mentioned, we fully adopted digital math tools such as Knowledge Hook and Math Up, and with over 27,000 of our students from grades 1 to 10 currently using Knowledge Hook. And I'll turn it over to my colleague in the secondary program.
Thank you so much, Superintendent Frankovich. So as articulated in the report, significant progress has been made in the area of learning, engagement, and achievement in the implementation of inclusive research-based instructional practices, the robust professional development underpinning this work, a continued focus on student voice, and the expanding of experiential learning opportunities at both the elementary and secondary school levels. As referenced, educators and administrators across the system have continued to engage in targeted professional development focused on universal design for learning, culturally responsive and relevant pedagogy, and asset-based assessment, leading to measurable increases in teacher confidence and instructional effectiveness. Ultimately, however, the key objectives within the area of learning, engagement, and achievement are changes in practice, which we know take place between teachers and students within our classrooms and within our schools. In regards to the impact of these actions at the student level, school leaders have been supported in developing rich school improvement plans, which require school principals to have a deep knowledge and understanding of the learning experiences of the students within their school through the analysis of classroom and school level qualitative and quantitative data. Within the school improvement planning process, school principals are required to create targeted and specific goals within their school community focused on shifting the practices in their school to support and improve student engagement and achievement. Develop and implement strategies for improvement, and implement monitoring plans for the regular analysis and review of classroom and school level data to further refine action and improvement. At the secondary level, analysis of achievement data such as mark distribution reports, credit accumulation, graduation rates, and provincial assessment data sets, including OSSLT and ECREO grade 9 math data as an example, supports schools in using several quantitative data sets to be able to identify areas of need and continued improvement. Street data or on-the-ground data collected through the activities like classroom visits and observations, as well as further informed student voice data, including the collection of use of school-level student voice data captured in Have Your Say survey, provides rich qualitative information by which to understand and evaluate the impact of a school's actions. Family of school superintendents continually work to ensure each of our school principals are actively engaged in the cyclical process of school improvement, have a robust knowledge of data literacy, and support their school administrators to confirm measurable improvements to student engagement and learning within their schools. Active engagement in the use of data across all levels of the system, including at the classroom, school, and system levels, permits us to continually ensure our work has the intended actions and impact, and ensures we continue to augment, refine, and adjust our actions as needed. The report further highlights the expansion and promotion of diverse learning opportunities and pathways tailored to student interests and aspirations. OEAP FAST and School Within a College, or SWAC, are specifically highlighted in the report, given OEAP FAST is a new program which commences in the 25-26 school year, and because, very fortunately, we have recently secured additional student spaces for our SWAC program for the upcoming school year, doubling the number of students able now to access this important program. Baseline data confirms 61 students have enrolled in OEAP FAST for the upcoming school year, and student enrollment is anticipated to increase as the implementation of this new program continues to unfold. Of additional note is that OEAP enrollment in the current year exceeds pre-pandemic levels and has continued to increase across the past 3 years. OEAP FAST and OEAP are both school-to-work programs that allow students to explore and work in apprenticeship occupations, with each programming providing students the opportunity to become registered apprentices in the skilled trades while also completing their high school diploma. OEAP FAST, of course, which is a new program within the province, is an accelerated system of OEAP, which allows our students to gain additional experiences through the use of additional co-op credits. School Within a College is a program serving a unique profile of students, which allows students to complete a 4-credit program on a college campus, completing credits to fulfill both their OSSD requirements and their college diploma, supporting school engagement for many of these students, as well as OSSD completion. This program, as referenced, is currently limited to 20 student seats as determined by our college partners at Sheridan College and supported by ministry funding. Through the use of student data demonstrating increased need within our region and the continued advocacy on the part of the school board, Sheridan College recently confirmed that they are doubling the number of student spaces for the Halton District School Board students for our upcoming school year, again permitting for next year a full year implementation of this wonderful program. An additional work-like learning initiative that requires mentioning is the continued growth of our SHISM programs. 1,793 students are enrolled in SHISM programs for our current school year. Consistent to both OEAP and co-op, enrollment trends and participation in our SHISM program exceeds pre-pandemic levels, and has continued to increase across the past 3 years. Of additional note is that although specialized programs are highlighted within this report, experiential learning is embedded in all secondary school credit programs. As well, secondary schools offer robust technical learning, which includes access to a broad range of broad-based technologies like transportation technology, healthcare, construction technology, green industries, manufacturing technology, to name a few. All secondary students have access to exceptional technical learning to align with their interests and aspirations. Although not specific to the area of learning, engagement, and achievement, but aligned with the area of environmental and global leadership, I would also like to highlight the actions and leaderships of the Secondary School Program Department in the enhancement and adoption of the effective use of generative AI to equip our students with the skills, knowledge, and ethical understandings necessary to thrive in an AI-driven world. Throughout the past year, the Secondary School Program Department has led a cross-departmental team comprised of our Secondary School Program Department, IT, Human Rights and Equity, and our Indigenous Education Department in the use and application of generative AI in secondary school classrooms. Learning teams from each secondary school have been actively engaged in learning sessions focused on generative AI literacy, prompt engineering, AI bias and hallucination, ethical use, capacity building, and enhanced pedagogical practices. Additionally, we have been refining and incorporating generative AI in our policies and practices related to curriculum implementation, student learning, and assessment and evaluation strategies. And there has been tremendous uptake and interest in our system in continuing to move forward this work. Students at the secondary level are actively engaged in the use of generative AI within their classrooms, and across the province, HTSB is a leader in this work. We are very keen to review some of the regional student voice data that we will have upon the completion of our Have Your Say survey data for the 24-25 school year to more deeply understand the longitudinal enhancements to generative AI use in the secondary school classrooms in which we serve. We're very pleased to highlight the ongoing work of the Secondary School Program Department and are excited as our implementation plans and impactful actions continues to unfold.
Thank you, and I'm happy to share a little bit about the work that we've been focusing on in special education around literacy support and intervention. Nick's already touched on the Tier 1 and Tier 2 work, and in special education we have been focusing on Tier 3. We have ensured that all elementary schools have at least one CERT that has been trained, and our structured reading coaches have been supporting the learning also through job embedded coaching in the school. These CERTs then provide direct support to students using what we call Wilson reading systems in small intensive groups. And over the course of the year, they on average improve 15 steps. So that means really going from not knowing their letter sounds to being able to read text. So truly life-changing for our students. We've also focused our learning for elementary CERTs on the multi-tiered system of support and a response to intervention, and clearly defining the role of our psychoeducational assistants and speech and language pathologies in what their role could be to support that response to intervention. We're currently conducting a survey with our CERTs to gain a deeper understanding on the fidelity of implementation as well as the number of students served. So more to come on that. This year, we also expanded our structured literacy work to our community pathway elementary, communication programs, and community pathway secondary, so that our students in those programs also receive structured literacy to develop functional literacy skills using Readtopia as a resource. So it's early, we're just in year one, so we will be working on the fidelity of that implementation and gathering impact data over time. We also partnered with secondary school programs to expand the multi-tiered system of support in secondary schools, as well as the Tier 3 literacy Wilson intervention. Later this month, we are training our teachers in our locally developed programs for delivering Wilson to their students. So this will be a significant focus for us next year. And in addition, we've been deepening our practice around the problem-solving pathway, supporting transitions, ensuring the whole child is supported so that we're navigating their strengths, needs, and how we're supporting them. Thank you.
Thank you all very much. And now I'm going to turn it over to Superintendent Protel for the new commitment that we have, kindness, connection, and community.
Thank you, Associate Director Salmini. Kindness, Connection, and Community. On April 7th, we ran a director's series featuring the author of Cultivating Kindness. That's John Tyler Binfett. He's Director of Graduate Programs at the Faculty of Education in Okanagan, BC. The session was called Strengthening Schools Through Kindness, Connection, and Community, and the presenters explored the HDSB's commitment to kindness, connection, and community, and how it's being brought to life in our schools and our workplaces through meaningful action. Many of us, including Director Ennis, are hearing from students about grassroots initiatives. You heard from our incredible student trustees tonight that our students across the board have been challenged and are rising to the occasion when asked to recognize and share acts of kindness. We will be forming a group of employees from several different positions across the system to give input to our Kindness, Connection, and Community initiative. We want many different viewpoints across the system. We'd like to ask people how they define kindness, how does it emerge, and how do we increase our actions of kindness, connection, and community in our system. We are beefing up our crucial conversations training in 2 ways. One, embedding equity case studies that people who have a structure to support their empathetic response in conversations about equity. Further, we're increasing the number of crucial conversation sessions to help people build the skills to enter into difficult conversations with grace, kindness, and positive intent for mutual outcome. We're in the final phase of training 6 staff to be trained in Lumina. This is an established program that focuses on the development of emotional intelligence. The goal is to better understand self and others to improve working relationships both personally and professionally. Communications is launching a kindness campaign, and details will be shared soon. And although this is very new, we are looking into the initiative from many angles. We're still building teams to set objectives and measures of success. However, we've had extremely positive feedback from all corners of HDSB and from people outside of our board who have said things like, kindness in your multi-year strategic plan, why didn't we think of that?
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Over to Superintendent Petco for Indigenous Rights and Education, and then Superintendent Petco, you can just continue on into Human Rights, Equity, and Inclusion as well. You've got the next 2.
Thank you, Associate Director Salmini. So I wanted to start by saying we are on track and in positive momentum forward in the implementation of Indigenous rights and education. Of course, we are endeavoring to advance education in Indigenous rights, truths, responsibilities, and reconciliation, as well as amplifying and enhancing the presence of Indigenous voice and addressing systemic barriers to support student success and the achievement of our Indigenous students. We know we have made incremental strides because we have an increase in the numbers of students and families accessing our services and programs. We have students transitioning more successfully to graduation, post-secondary education, or the workforce. And we have students who identify as Indigenous who are more deeply engaged through leadership opportunities, such as the Indigenous Student Circle and contributions to the Student Senate, ensuring student voice informs policy and decision-making. Collaboration across departments has been key to our success, with interdepartmental case conferences providing wraparound services tailored to student needs. Additionally, schools are assisted closely in connecting families with external community supports and facilitating student access to system-level academic and well-being resources, such as credit accumulation, program planning, volunteer hour tracking, and identity-affirming programming. Professional learning continues to be our focus. Board-wide sessions were held around rights-based approaches, land acknowledgement, student well-being, collaborative inquiry. Of course, we can't leave out the NBE 3U, our English course in understanding contemporary First Nations, Métis, and Inuit voices. And of course, updated areas in the Ontario Language and Social Studies curricula. We continue to have a strong commitment to Indigenous voice and leadership, engaging in authentic and consistent consultation with chiefs and councils from Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation and 6 Nations of the Grand River, alongside numerous Indigenous experts, authors, artists, and knowledge keepers. These collaborations informed curriculum development policy consultation and student learning experiences, deepening our understandings of Indigenous rights and education across the system. Then moving on to human rights, equity, and inclusion. Equally, our commitment in this area is on track and in positive momentum. Of course, our foci have included reducing achievement and opportunity gaps by providing environments that promote success for students and staff with intersecting identities and diverse experiences and socioeconomic circumstances, and honoring the diverse identities within the community, ensuring equitable access for all. We have made strides in fostering safer, more inclusive school environments. A new suspension coding for hate and bias motivated incidents was implemented this year, enabling more precise data collection. To reinforce a system-wide commitment to equity, fairness, and accountability, a procedural update now requires administrators to consult both the Equity and Inclusive Education team and Safe Schools team before issuing suspensions for students. especially from communities who have been historically disproportionately impacted. We have delivered robust professional learning targeting development around inclusive instructional practices such as CRRP, culturally responsive and relevant pedagogy, universal design for learning, and multi-tiered systems of support, as well as anti-oppression and affirming identity, deepening the capacity of administrators to use student voice data via Have Your Say survey to inform school improvement planning and staff learning priorities. And of course, we can't leave out the grad coach program for Black students and 2S and LGBTQ+ students, which continues to grow and expand, now supporting post-secondary transition planning and community outreach across 8 secondary schools, supporting students through identity-affirming approaches and initiatives. One highlight I'd like to mention is our annual Exploring Us conference hosted by our grad coaches. And this year it was called The Science of Us, which provided students with an opportunity to explore their identity through science, innovation, and cultural heritage. Through experiential workshops, students connected Blackness to the scientific world, celebrated Black contributions to global knowledge, and engaged in hands-on activities that inspire curiosity and empowerment. And finally, consultation has been a cornerstone of this work. Broad-based engagement with HREAC and Student Senate, SEAC, school councils, and departmental leaders informed updates to the Code of Conduct, dress code policies, for example, and targeted efforts to amplify student voice, particularly for students with special education needs and those from diverse identity groups. This is all helping to shape inclusive learning environments that reflect and respond to community needs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now I'm going to turn it over to Superintendent Barnes to talk about mental health and well-being.
Thank you, Superintendent Salmi. Thank you, Associate Director Salmini. Along with the Student Wellbeing and Mental Health Department, this commitment draws upon supports from the Safe Schools Department and the Human Resources Department. We are measuring progress and implementation of these 2 key objectives. 1, build and maintaining healthy relationships and supporting safe environments. And 2, promoting and supporting the mental health and well-being of students and staff. For maintaining healthy relationships and supporting safe environments, the HDSB has made significant strides in supporting safe and inclusive and equitable learning environments. Notably, 95% of administrators participate in annual Safe Schools training, which this year included an emphasis on addressing systemic discrimination in the context of the administrative procedure. A full day of professional learning session titled What is Student Wellbeing engaged 45 child and youth care workers, counselors, 220 teachers, and 40 administrators. And in this session, we explored anti-colonial approaches to pedagogy. The session emphasized fostering identity, belonging, and relationship building in classrooms aligned with a whole student perspective. Emotional validation training was also implemented system-wide for our social worker and CYC staff, with targeted educator training continuing through spring 2025 and planning sessions scheduled for June. We're also excited to share the Youth Advisory Council to Mental Health, composed of student trustees, continues to play a key role in guiding mental health strategy and the annual action plan. In schools, youth well-being teams are equipped with identity-affirming resources and support to plan and lead mental health promotion activities. Youth also led engagement sessions for lead educators in enhancing adult learning through student voice. For promoting supporting the mental health well-being of students and staff, we've made significant strides promoting mental health literacy and well-being for students and staff. At the elementary level, resources such as the Second Step Emotional Learning Program has expanded considerably, with 250 teachers trained and actively delivering the program. Mental health literacy instruction has also been implemented across both elementary and secondary schools, supported by monthly well-being activity calendars. Professional development efforts include a full-day session for student well-being, which emphasize anti-colonial approaches to fostering identity, community, and belonging classrooms. At this session, the HSB has also brought together 13 mental health first aiders, resulting in 322 certified employees across 110 sites, participating in wellness programs led by Dr. Greg Wells for supporting their own well-being. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And then over to Superintendent Flahad for Environmental and Global Citizenship.
Thank you. I'm happy to report on this area. And this year we've had some very meaningful, measurable progress in environmental and global citizenship. And a lot of that had to do with professional learning for our staff and creating that inspiration in our schools. And really the momentum has been driven by our students and by our staff around this work. In December, we hosted the Generation Green Conference for grades 7 to 12, where nearly 200 students came together with 50 submitting powerful climate action projects that were happening back at their schools. Their creativity, leadership, and sense of purpose was incredibly inspiring. Then in April, over 250 students from 25 schools took part in the Climate Action Youth Forum for grades 5 to 8. They engaged in hands-on workshops on biodiversity, circular fashion, climate change, and that helped them gain real-world insights and having them leave with the tools and confidence to lead that change back in their communities. That same month, in April, our Family of Schools meeting was transformed into a full-day leadership conference for our principals, vice principals, and system administrative staff. The conference was called Beyond Earth Month, building a school culture of sustainability. We were honored to begin the day with inherent rights holder Nancy Rowe, followed by sessions that explored sustainability through teaching and learning, operations, community partnerships, and governance. The event was modeled on the cross-departmental collaboration and a clear signal of our system-wide commitment to this work. Hundreds of educators also participated in professional learning throughout the year, exploring the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, sustainable future schools, and outdoor experiential education. 20 schools joined a capacity building initiative focused on outdoor learning. Our partnerships continue to deepen with Learning for a Sustainable Future, Halton Environmental Network, and Evergreen, supporting projects like rain gardens at George Kennedy Public School, Milwaukee Forest at Craig Kilberger. We also expanded our Sustainable Future Schools program to 8 schools, including Oakville number 3, ready to open soon. We've nearly doubled our eco-school participation this year, from 47 schools to 80 schools, and with the goal of having every school in our system becoming an eco-school, and we're on that path. And supported by our new United Nations Sustainable Development Goal themed newsletter and environmental leadership reps, almost 100 of them across our system, this work continues to flourish. These efforts really mark a shift in environmental and global citizenship. Sustainability is no longer a side initiative in our schools. It's becoming the lens through which we lead, teach, and grow. It's not just part of our system, it's part of our collective conscience. And it's shaping the future we're building together in the HDSB. We're incredibly proud of this work, and it continues to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'd like to thank everyone who shared highlights this evening, but I also would like to extend thanks to the entire senior team. We didn't ask everyone to share, but certainly the work is collaborative and interconnected, and every single superintendent here and their teams deserve some great thanks for the work. And I'd be remiss not to mention our school administrators, their staff, and their students, because truly the commitments of the multi-year strategic plan come to life in our schools, and we thank them for all of that work. And thank you to the Board of Trustees for your support in our work.
Thank you very much. That was a very fulsome report. Almost didn't have to read the attachment. So, are there any questions for any of the presenters this evening? Or comments or kudos? Trustee Bryden.
I'd like to echo those thanks. It is nice to hear of all of the good work going on across the board in alignment with the multi-year plan. Associate Director Salmini stated at the outset that we are very early and there's a lot of output data, a lot of we did this, and that further down the road we're looking into some of those impact questions. What is the outcome? What is the impact of that? From a perspective of governing and providing the governance that trustees are asked to do around this table, that really is our focus, and asking not what did we do, but what impact did it have? And it would be very helpful for us to see more of that. And I heard pieces of that coming out when we're talking about the number of schools that are program. That is, we've established that as an outcome that we're looking at as an endpoint in and of itself. When we're talking about a couple of these different things. One of the things that jumped out at me was the amount of school level data that's being collected and used at school level in the school improvement process. And the question for me is, how do we translate that into board level data where we have a snapshot of where we're at any point in time in the key areas that we have said we're focusing on, that we can be able to take a look at this and how it evolves over time. And are we moving in positive directions here or there? Are we struggling anywhere? Where do we need to redouble efforts? And that picture could come through a little more clearly if we are talking more about outcomes than talking about outputs, talking about what's the impact versus what we did. And what I want to kind of pull out in that is that nobody's ever going to be perfect. But we need to know how imperfect we are. And when we talk about all the good things we're doing, we don't see where we're falling short. And we also need to see where we're falling short and where we can improve. So that's really the fulsome picture that I would love to see spelled out more clearly as we move through further iterations of this report.
Thank you, Trustee Bryden, for those remarks. We certainly appreciate that, and certainly we'll be looking to refine our practices and making sure that we're collecting the data that speaks to exactly what you've outlined. So as we move into the fall, we're certainly hopeful that we're able to bring a more robust impact data set to the Board of Trustees. And as we move forward into the 2024 to 2028, establishing some baseline data that we're doing now, we'll be able to do some comparatives that will help in that regard. So we're mindful of and appreciative of those comments.
Seeing no other hands in the air, thank you very much again for the presentation and the report that is in our agenda packages. We are now up to items in section consent agenda section. For approval, we have the Halton District School Board minutes from April 1st, April 29th, and April 30th. For receipt, we have approved minutes of the Committee of the Whole from March 18th, outstanding action items, board report schedule, policy and governance procedure review schedule, and 2 letters from other school boards. I will read the motion. Be it resolved that the DSB approve the consent agenda and receive the information items for May 5th, 2025. Trustee Ahmed, would you make a motion to approve the consent agenda, please?
Yes, I will.
Trustee Bryden, would you second this motion?
Yes.
Are there any items that need to be pulled for discussion? Trustee Shuttleworth.
Could we pull the board report, policy and governance procedures review schedule, please?
Are there any other items to be pulled? Go ahead, Trustee Shuttleworth, with your question.
Hi, yeah, so I just have a really quick question, and it's not a question I like to ask, but I'm just looking at the overdue reports that we have. Now, I know that we have reduced our schedule here, coming once a month. How does that impact how quickly we are able to catch up with these overdue reports?
If I may, can I just clarify, are you speaking to overdue policies?
So I'm just looking here. So yeah, the policies and governance procedures review schedule.
Mm-hmm.
So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 that are overdue. And then quite a few that are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 that are due for review. So I'm just checking because, again, as I always say, I love found time. I love the fact that we have one meeting a month because it's easier for all of us. However, my concern is that there's still quite a large list of overdue reports. And what my question is how is our schedule that has diminished in time impacting how quickly we are able to get to these overdue reports? Because again, I know that for our superintendents and our staff here, they have if they miss the meeting at the end of the month, they have to wait a whole month. And that, I'm going to guess, can be difficult. So I'm just wondering how this impacts. Thanks.
Can I just ask for a clarification? Are you looking for reports or policies? Because you say reports, but when I look at the board report schedule, we are on schedule. Are you looking at
I'm
policies?
looking at policy and governance procedures review schedule, the policies.
So that work has nothing to do with how many board meetings we have? That's work that's ongoing.
I recognize that, but again, as I'm saying, because there's only that one date per month for our staff to have to work towards, are we finding it's a crunch for them to get things organized for that one time? Because again, before, if they missed the first meeting, they had 2 weeks later to do it, whereas now it's a whole month. So I'm just checking. Thank you.
If I may, through the chair, thank you. That's a great question. To be frank, I don't see that has had an impact on the movement of policies. Some of the policies that you'll see on that schedule are meteor policies, if I could put it that way, and work has been underway on a number of them in these last few months, and they've gone through different sort of review groups and cycles. Quite a few of them have been to the PB&G committee recently, and actually 6 of them are on the committee of the whole draft agenda at this moment. So there are plans for most of them to move through, and a great number of them, if not all of them, are in progress. So there's definitely plans and for moving that along. And I don't see that the schedule really is impacting the timelines for doing that.
Okay, again, as I said, I don't want to change the schedule, but I just want to make sure that that's not impeding our staff for having the adequate time to get the things to the table when they are expected rather than late. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion regarding the consent agenda? Seeing none, are there any objections to approving the consent agenda? The consent agenda is approved by unanimous consent. We are now up to items for ratification action, and our first item is 5.1.1, OPSPA Board of Directors Representative Report 25044, submitted by the Striking Committee. Be it resolved that the Board of Trustees appoint Trustee Jean Gray to be the HDSB OPSPA Director for 2025-2026. The term of this appointment will end at the 2026 OPSPA AGM. Trustee Daniele, would you move this motion?
I would be incredibly honored to do so. Thank you.
Vice Chair Oliver, will you second this motion?
I second it with pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you. The report is before you. Is there any debate? Seeing none, all those in favor, please by show of hands. That passes unanimously. Thank you very much. We now move on to our next item, electronic meetings and meeting attendance policy, report 25046, submitted by the Policy, Bylaw, and Governance Standing Committee. Be it resolved that the Board of Trustees approve the attached electronic meetings and meeting attendance to comply with Ontario Regulation 463/97, and I believe we need to add, and that all prior versions be revoked. Trustee Bryden, would you move this motion?
I would.
Trustee Zhang, would you second this motion?
I second. Thank you.
Trustee Bryden, would you like to speak to this report?
This is the policy that came before you at Committee of the Whole and is now on the table for approval.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Bryden. Is there any debate? Vice Chair Oliver.
Thank you. I just have a question about the report title, and I'm wondering if it would be more appropriate to label it meeting attendance and electronic meetings, or meeting attendance and electronic participation, simply because certainly we're switching over to in-person attendance being pretty much mandated, with only certain exceptions, thank you, permitted for electronic participation. And from the sound of this report title, it sounds like electronic meetings are in fact the way to proceed, to go. So just to the optics and change the perspective on that. Thank you.
I can take that. The reason why the policy was renamed as such, it's to keep it with the name of the regulation that came out, and the name of the regulation is electronic meetings and meeting attendance. So to keep it clear, that's why we named it as such.
Thank you for reminding me that.
Thank you. Are there any other questions regarding this item? Trustee Gray.
Thank you very much. It's just a housekeeping, perhaps, I'm not sure, but on page 5, the very last page of this report, there's a date revision approved and it's in red, and I guess it has yet to be filled in. And I'm wondering, in a case like this, where the Ministry of Education could, at some point before our usual 4-year turnaround, decide to change things, do we have the ability, even though we're not up for review, to go in and make modifications as required?
Whenever there are legislative changes, we go in and make those changes right away because they are legislated. So the review cycle would then restart after those changes had been made. Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Next item is 5.1.4. No, we have to vote. Please raise your hands if you are in agreement. Thank you. That is unanimous. Now moving on to 5.1.4, Risk Management Policy, Report 25047, submitted.
Sorry. One thing we failed to mention was that by approving this policy today, it does take place, it does take effect immediately. So we need to show up. Or else, so by approving it tonight, which we have, by approving it, that means going forward, we need to be present. And if you need to attend electronically, you'll need to, the reason for your excuse to attend electronically has to comply within the regulations allowance for electronic attendance.
The legislation doesn't go into effect until September.
Trustee Rush's point was we have now passed a policy that binds us, regardless of the legislation not entering into effect until September. So that has taken effect immediately because we have passed this policy. The regulation that exists now is that the board shall have a policy that says this, and we now have a policy that says this.
Then I'm wondering if maybe we ought to rescind this motion and bring it at the first meeting of September, or approve it effective September. Approve it effective September 1st.
And I don't think so. The existing regulation requires us to have this policy in place. I think we are now in compliance.
Yes, we are now in compliance. However, it doesn't go into effect legislatively until September 1st. So why couldn't we just amend the motion as that it will take effect September 1st?
The regulation that exists presently, not effective September 1st, requires a board to have a policy that does this. What happens September 1st is that it doesn't matter about the board's policy anymore. It simply says trustees shall. What's changing is it no longer says the board shall have a policy that does this. Right now, in this moment, the regulation states the board shall have a policy that does this. So all we have done is catch up with what the regulation already required of us.
Okay, I will ask Manager Khan to look into that because that was not my understanding. So I will have Manager Khan look into that and perhaps get back to all of the trustees around the table because this may impact trustees who have things happening between now and September. Okay, thank you. Next item is 4.1.4, Risk Management Policy Report 25047, submitted by Superintendent Ngoy.
Thank you, Trustees. The risk management policy has been amended to include an updated risk statement, risk appetite statement, and align it to the new multi-year strategic plan to reflect the great work that the Board of Trustees have done over the last few months, as well as some changes to update to the policy's latest template. I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Are there any questions for Superintendent Ngoy? Seeing none, be it resolved that the Board of Trustees adopt the revised risk management policy and that all prior versions be revoked. Trustee Daniele, would you move this motion?
Thank you. I would be very pleased to.
Trustee Rocha, would you second this motion?
I would.
Superintendent Ngoy has already spoken. We have no debate. So then, by show of hands, all those in favor? Thank you. That passes unanimously. Next item is 5.1.5, Harassment Policy Report 25048, submitted by Superintendent Ippolito. Be it resolved that the Board of Trustees adopt the revised harassment policy and revoke all prior revisions. Trustee Baxter, would you move this motion?
Yes, please.
Trustee Ahmed, would you second this motion?
Yes, please.
Superintendent Ippolito, would you like to speak to this report?
Thank you. Good evening. Through you, Chair, to trustees, before you is a report recommending adoption of the harassment policy. This policy has gone through the Governance Review Committee and Committee of the Whole, and feedback has been incorporated as a result. The information for the changes and the key differences are contained in the report for your information. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Superintendent Ippolito. Is there any debate? Seeing none, by show of hands, all those in favor? Thank you. That is unanimous. Moving on to the next item, also with Superintendent Ippolito, Code of Ethics Policy Report 25049. Be it resolved that the Board of Trustees adopt the revised Code of Ethics Policy and revoke all prior revisions. Trustee Shuttleworth, would you move this motion?
Yes.
Trustee Rocha, would you second this motion?
Yes.
Superintendent Ippolito, would you like to speak to this report?
Thank you again, through you, Chair. This policy has also gone through the Governance Review Committee and Committee of the Whole. Very minor changes contained in the report for you to review. Happy to take any questions on this one as well.
Is there any debate? Seeing none, please, by show of hands, cast your vote in favor. Thank you. That passes unanimously. For future action, we have a couple of items this evening. 5.2.1, Tigerjeet Singh, Public School, Secondary School Boundary Alignment, Report 25050, submitted by General Manager Tebow. General Manager Tebow, would you like to speak to this report?
Yes, and through you, Madam Chair, to trustees, we're bringing forward tonight the director's recommendation on the proposed solution for the Tigerjeet Secondary School boundary realignment. Long and short of this is we completed a Milton boundary review just recently. That was approved back in January, and in doing so, by repatriating a portion of a community that was looking to go back to Tigerjeet Singh for a number of years, have finally been able to. But in doing so, that would create a split cohort between the grade 8s, one going to A.J. MacArthur and then Elsie McGill, and then the other portion of the Tigerjeet Singh boundary going to itself, and then CKSS, or Craig Kilburg Secondary School. So the purpose of this review was to realign these boundaries, and we presented one option to the steering committee, which was to realign the boundaries effectively to make sure that they're coordinated and the same grade 8 cohorts are going together. We provided some provisions for legacy exemption so that students that are currently in grade 8 this year will be going to the schools and their cohorts as they are now. And then starting next year, the grade 7s will start, the grade 7s this year moving into grade 8 will be able to move on with their cohorts. Happy to take any questions with regards to this report. Once it comes back for approval on June 3rd, we'll proceed with notifying the community and letting them know that it will be implemented effective next year. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions regarding this action item, which will return to the board for decision on June 3rd? Seeing none, we will move on to, go ahead, Trustee Rocha.
Yep, a question, and not so much for Fred, but for the two trustees of Milton, do you have any thoughts to share at this point with the rest of us on your thoughts regarding the report?
Everything is in report.
Trustee Daniele?
I would say that it's a fairly simple process. I think that a lot of work was done behind the scenes by our facility staff and planning staff, and so I'm very comfortable with the recommendation.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions? Go ahead, General Manager Tebow.
Through Madam Chair, just a point of clarification. Actually, the students that are in grade 7 this year are legacy exempted next year to stay at A.J. MacArthur and Tigerjeet Singh. So it's really the grade 6s of this year that will be impacted. So I just want to make that point of clarification, which is reflected in the appendices in this report.
Thank you. Now we'll move on to the next item, which is also yours, the 2024 Long-Term Accommodation Plan Proposed Projects for Update, Report 25051. And please go ahead and speak to this report.
Through Madam Chair and to trustees, this is as a follow-up to the last reporting that we provided to the Board of Trustees regarding the online format of the LTAP. As we're continuing to work on that portion of the LTAP in terms of moving it over the summer months to incorporate some of the changes that were requested, what we're doing now is just presenting you with the preliminary list of projects and initiatives that we're planning to incorporate as part of the 2024 LTAP updates. We seek to provide this as your initial look at them, and then we are looking to come back on the second board meeting in June to approve these and then to incorporate them within the overall online framework. In addition to this, too, we're looking to, we're working right now to finding the best way to release this to the public to let them know what the future initiatives are that are going to be made part of the next LTAP, so we can get a little bit of feedback and consultation on those, which is at the end of the day the crux of what we're looking for in terms of feedback from our constituents. And then again, that'll be presented to you in the upcoming board meeting. So I've provided a milestone package as to what to expect in the coming weeks, as well as in the appendices you'll note that there's the full project listing as well as some key plans as to how to associate those projects to key geographic areas in your areas of interest, and as well as a little bit of a glossary as to what the definitions are that are contained within that table. We're happy to take any questions either tonight or at a later date once you've had more time to review and digest some of this information. And any questions or feedbacks or future initiatives that you don't see contained within or you would like to seek further clarification, we'd be happy to do so. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions regarding this action item, which will return to the board for decision on June 17th? Trustee Baxter.
Thank you. Through the chair, I just have a question about the Southwest Oakville boundary review. The term, is listed as medium, which from the table means initiation in 3 to 5 years, correct? So the first step, as I read it, is a feasibility study. So is the feasibility study to reduce surplus space starting in 3 to 5 years, or is that currently underway and then a potential PAR starting in 3 to 5 years?
Through Mentor, we can't do any PARs, so really at first it'll be to look at what kind of initiatives we can look at in terms of seeing what board needs there are, if there's any community needs. So again, a part of this, and I forgot to mention, was we will be going out as part of our CPPG requirements. We pushed out the one from April, and instead we'd like to incorporate some of these projects too to give a better outlook. But that would be the thing, is there any way to reduce spaces? And if there's not, then we might have to look at rebalancing projects within the area, or looking at other initiatives that could reduce excess capacity in our schools until we're able to initiate PARs in the future, if we are.
So just to clarify, the feasibility study and the to address surplus space, that's ongoing and current, not starting in 3 to 5 years, correct?
Sorry, I'm trying to find it. Can you point me out which page?
I'm sorry, it's the top of, is it the 3rd page, I think? Top of the 3rd page, yeah. The ERA 201.
There we go. Oh, so in this case, yeah, we would be starting the feasibility study in 3 years probably, once we've seen things go down. In this area particularly too, we do have some new condominiums growing as part of it, so that's why we're pushing it out a little bit to see what we're going to generate out of that. And it's still something that we have in mind because we do see some declines continuing on. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Trustee Gray.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to say I'm really pleased to see this report. Up in the hills, of course, we have the impending growth and explosion whenever Vision Georgetown should come aboard. I've been waiting for 11 years now. When I started, they were going to do it tomorrow. No, not quite that way, but it is in the offing, and it's pretty much a lot of excitement. But I see it's really good to see the in-print here, the planning, and what's to be determined, TBD. Ever so hopeful that in time that will come to be. I'd also, though, like the idea that we have acknowledged that we do have some surplus space and that there is a feasibility study planned for both Limehouse, Mackenzie Smith Bennett. And I think that that's important for those communities to know that we are thinking of them and going to come up with a plan that keeps them continuing to be in good shape. And so I think all of this is really good information for our community, and I thank you for that. And I look forward to the time that the TBD becomes an actual date in these columns. Thank you.
And very quickly, that TBD, once they kickstart, and I start seeing some draft plans, and we have a better sense of what things are going to look like, which we're still waiting on that first draft plan to show up from, it'll be Mattamy more than likely. Then these are the things that will start changing once we start seeing some actual pen to paper. Because like you said, I've been waiting a long time too to see that shovel hit the ground.
Oh, are there any other questions? Oh, I'm sorry. Trustee Amos.
Thank you. I just wanted to say I just drove by the new high school for Oakville Northeast, and I can't believe how quickly they're moving, and I think that's phenomenal. So thank you to everyone involved with that. And it's really exciting that the one gentleman in charge of the project is doing aerial videos of it every day or every few days to show the progress. And I know I've shared a couple with the community, and they're really excited to see that it's all happening. And I just wanted to say thank you for all that, because it's been a long time coming. And I know we're actually not officially there yet, and that's going to happen in June. But again, I just wanted to say thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you, General Manager Tebow. We are now up to Section 6, Communication to the Board. We have a few items for information. We will start with 6.1.1, Multi-Year Strategic Plan Monitoring Report. No, we already had the report for that, but if there are any further questions, it's still on the agenda. So I will be asking if anyone has any questions on the multi-year strategic plan. Seeing none, we will move on to item 6.1.2, Student Voices, Student Experiences of Anti-Semitism, Report 25053, submitted by Director Ennis and Manager Bishaglia.
Thank you so much, Chair Collard. While Dr. Bishaglia gets set up, I just want to take this opportunity to thank Dr. Bishaglia and her small but mighty team for engaging in this work in response to the board motion that was passed back in November 2024. And I certainly know that a lot of work has gone into reaching out to a number of stakeholders in the community, number of students in a variety of ways. And so we're grateful to have fulfilled the motion, and I will turn it over to Dr. Bishaglia.
Thank you very much, Director Ennis. So through the chair to the Board of Trustees, as you may recall, this board on November 5th, 2024, passed motion M24119. This motion directed staff to conduct research with self-identified Jewish students within the HDSB to gather insights on their experiences with anti-Semitism on HDSB properties and assess the effectiveness of current responses and tools designed to address hate, racism, and discrimination in schools. To respond to this motion, students grade 9 to 12 were asked to participate in virtual conversations. The recruitment was conducted through the Halton District School Board school messenger system so that all students in grade 9 to 12 would have an opportunity to participate. Personal invitations were also sent out through community partners. Students were also invited to participate based on their affiliation with a local Halton synagogue and the HDSB Jewish Student Association. The focus groups were held virtually, offering students the flexibility to share their experiences and insights from the comfort of their homes or any location of their choices. Each session was facilitated by a representative from the HDSB Research and Accountability Department and a member of a community organization dedicated to supporting Israel and Jewish advocacy. The focus groups took place during February 2025. In addition to the focus groups, students were also invited to participate in an anonymous hate, discrimination, and racism survey, which launched February the 12th and closed on April the 3rd. On that survey, students were able to self-select the type of hate, racism, or discrimination that they wanted to share their thoughts on. Data from the survey and virtual conversations were analyzed using a thematic analysis approach, identifying and labeling recurring patterns to capture areas of similarity, while also noting contrasting ideas. The two data sets yielded similar findings. There were several themes that stood out. The first theme was labeled Visible Anti-Semitic Symbols on School Premises. With regard to this theme, students reported encountering swastikas and other anti-Semitic symbols in washrooms, desks, and bus windows. A key concern raised was the lack of prompt action to remove or cover these symbols, leading to a persistent sense of unease and exposure to anti-Semitic imagery. As one student noted, I noticed in one of my science class, there's a swastika. I think it's kind of carved into the desk that I was sitting at, but I don't know why it's not being covered up and it's just like always there. The act of not covering it up exposes you to it multiple times. So clearly a desire for action to be taken when these symbols are identified by students. The second theme revolved around the impact of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict in schools. The conflict manifests itself within the school environment. Students shared that protests, symbols like the Palestinian flag, students or staff wearing kahifas, and slogans like "From the river to the sea" were viewed as expressions of hatred by certain students in the focus groups. Some students also recalled seeing posters around their school with messages such as "Stop the Genocide," which they described as hateful towards Jewish people. As one student quoted, "When I see that sweater," referring to a sweater with the slogan "From the river to the sea," "I feel like it means that they want all Jewish people to be gone, because from the river in Israel to the sea basically means killing all the Jews in Israel." Students feel that educators need to be better educated on the meanings of such symbols and to better address these issues within the school environment. Overall, students perceive the symbols as not only controversial and political, but threatening and hateful. At this point, I think it's important to remember that these are student perceptions which don't reflect HDSB's views on such symbols of Palestinian identity. Nonetheless, they are the views that students expressed, and as such, they do deserve to be heard and warrant further exploration so that we can scaffold growth and inclusivity in our schools. A third theme revolved around the negative impact of online anti-Semitism. Students described anti-Semitic incidents originating on online spaces, and that these incidents have had a significant impact on the school atmosphere, contributing to feelings of insecurity and isolation among students. Hateful responses to pro-Israel posts and the creation of social media accounts spreading anti-Jewish content within the school have amplified the negative atmosphere for some students. Online mocking of pro-Israel views further exacerbated students' sense of vulnerability. As one student quoted, "People from my school created this account. It was called school name. It was redacted, but school name for Palestine. And they'd post a bunch of things that were against Jewish people and hatred towards Israel." The fourth theme revolved around stereotypical jokes, mocking, and derogatory language. Students reported encounters with stereotypical jokes about Jewish people. While some students felt these jokes were not meant to be malicious, they were often made without considering their harmful effects. After the events of October 7th, students were mocked for their perceived Jewish or Israeli identity, with some being associated with the war. As one student noted, it would just be jokes, kind of stereotypical jokes about Jewish people from peers, but usually from the same person. They're not meant to discriminate in any way. They're just meant to be joking, but they don't really think of the kind of greater aspect of the joke when making it, I guess. The fifth theme revolved around the need to conceal Jewish identity at school. Following the events of October 7th, many students reported feeling the need to conceal their identity, including hiding religious symbols and being hesitant to share their ethnicity. This was driven by negative views and concerns about anti-Semitism, with families also advising students to keep their identity hidden due to fears of protest-related hostility. As one student noted, "My family has warned me to basically hide my necklace. I'm going to hide most of the identity in fear of the current ongoing anti-Semitism and protests happening at my school." The sixth theme revolved around the changes that students perceived and experiences following October the 7th. Students noticed a noticeable shift after that date, where Jewish identity became more strongly linked to the broader Israel-Palestinian conflict. Many students felt that anti-Semitism had become more prevalent, noticeable, and even normalized within their school after October 7th. As one student stated, I feel like now it's not that obviously people have developed a lot of anti-Semitism because of what's happened, but the people that were already anti-Semitic to begin with, this just kind of gave them an excuse to do so. And the people that weren't anti-Semitic before, I feel like they do it as a means of trying to fit in, almost as though they don't understand what they're talking about and that they're really being anti-Semitic. The seventh theme revolved around protests on school premises. Some Jewish students felt uncomfortable when educators appeared to support pro-Palestinian protests, leaving them feeling confused and isolated. There was a sense of uncertainty about how to safely express their own perspectives in such an environment. As one student noted, their narrative, meaning the educators, their narrative was completely different from what I'd previously heard. And it was kind of shocking, I guess, and it made me feel like I was kind of in the wrong for believing otherwise. Theme 8 revolved around school responses and support. Students expressed disappointment in the school's limited response to anti-Semitism, particularly the lack of intervention to remove anti-Semitic symbols and address harmful rhetoric. One student noted, I think for the most part, when people bring up anything like anti-Semitism or just surrounding the war, for the most part, teachers usually just try to ignore it, or they don't say anything, like pretend that they didn't hear anything, just because they don't really want to get involved. While some proactive steps, such as clarifying that protests were not school indoors, were seen as helpful by students, many felt the school response was too passive. Students also talked about missed opportunities for education on topics such as Holocaust denial. One student noticed have had multiple instances where the teacher talked about the Holocaust or something and a student would try and debate it. And the teacher would just diffuse it instead. They would just change the topic. Students did acknowledge the positive impact of individual teachers who provided support and helped foster a sense of safety through small and meaningful actions. One student noted, I'm pretty lucky there because I haven't experienced much of anti-Semitism before or after October the 7th. But shortly after October 7th, one of the teachers that I had a class with came up and said, hey, I don't know how you're feeling about October 7th, but if you ever want to talk, if anything happens, you can come to me and we can sort this out. And I just felt like that was a really nice thing to say, especially because at the time I was kind of feeling overwhelmed with it, and so it just made me feel a lot better. So based on these student voices and perspectives, which I said, do warrant reflection on our part. There are some recommendations that were drafted along with the support of the Human Rights, Equity, and Inclusion team. One of the recommendations is to ensure that schools continue to engage with that department to support learning and response to hate-based incidents. This will ensure appropriate support and resources are provided to students and families. We do have the discriminatory harmful language protocol, and so one recommendation is that we continue to use that protocol and enhance it in order to provide a consistent, clear, and supportive approach when addressing discriminatory language and behavior. Another recommendation revolves around continuing to provide identity-affirming learning opportunities. This approach will also need to include thoughtful attention to both Jewish identities and Palestinian identities. Providing a safe space for educators to confirm both identities is essential to creating a truly inclusive school environment. Without this balance, educators find it difficult to disrupt harmful behavior or engage in meaningful conversations around identity and inclusion. Another recommendations revolves around continued staff learning. There are modules on human rights and inclusive classrooms that are being planned, some of which pertain specifically to affirming Jewish identity in alignment with the Ministry of Education curriculum expectations. And this report, along with the other pending reports on hate, racism, and discrimination, will be instrumental in shaping additional actions needed in order for us to fully support every student from all communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions this evening? Trustee Shuttleworth.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, to Dr. Bashiglia. I've practiced your name so many times, so I've got it now. I've got a question of clarification and then a question. So when you spoke of the participants in the study, in the report, it just says students from 31 students participated in the focus groups. But I thought I heard you say self-identified. Did students have to be Jewish to participate in this? Because I think anti-Semitism is experienced by people who are not Jewish as well. So just checking.
Thank you for the question through you, Chair. There was no requirement to self-identify to us. It was essentially if you self-identify yourself, they did not have to disclose how they identified to myself or anyone on the research team.
Okay. Thank you. And then my other question is, and I think Trustee Ahmed has brought this up before. So when I look at your steps or looking at how to move forward, I'm sorry? I thought I heard something else. Voices. One of the things that you spoke of was that these were students' perceptions. This was what students felt that these symbols meant. And I know that Trustee Ahmed has pointed this out before, is how are we creating a discussion around the feelings evoked from symbols? Because I think there are, again, as you sort of alluded to in your report, there's two sides to what a different piece of clothing or a different slogan means. And I do wonder if we are looking at how are we engaging both sides in looking at the impact the symbols have on the feelings of safety within our school. Because I know in my heart of hearts, if students knew that that was what was felt by what they were doing, they wouldn't do it. The reason behind their exhibition of a certain slogan or a certain piece of clothing is for solidarity on another side that doesn't necessarily, in their minds, elicit hateful, or I don't think hateful feelings. But I just wonder if there is an opportunity here to look at, and I'm sure, Trustee Ahmed, am I right, that you spoke about this before, is the idea that we need to educate our staff, our students, of the feelings that are created when they exhibit such things, because I know that that's not the purpose behind or the meaning behind what they're doing. So thank you, if that makes sense.
Do you have a response to that? Go ahead.
Thank you so much. Thanks, Trustee Shuttleworth. Certainly understanding what you're proposing. The importance of this particular report is that we are hearing students and honoring students' voices. And so we are not trying to pass judgment or make corrections we are accepting their perceptions and how they feel about their experiences, and we want to honor that. And so I think from that lens, there is value in understanding how they're experiencing school and how they're feeling. And so I don't think it's helpful to get into trying to correct. I think it's important to understand.
So if I could just have a follow-up, because it's not about correction. That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm just thinking that it's really important for all students on every side of every argument to, as you said, recognize the power behind what actions sometimes make. So it's not about correcting. And I think, Dr. Basheglia, the actual stories that you told from the voice of the students was so impactful because you really feel that fear. And I think that those are the messages that we need to talk about rather than, again, and again, you said that there's some people that sweep it under the table, but really coming and having those difficult conversations that aren't corrections. They're not corrections, but they're a conversation, because often we don't have those conversations and leave those voids. So that was it. Again, Director Ennis, I'm not correcting the students. I validate and value, and I think that this is an extremely important piece of work that you've done, particularly hearing those snippets of voices, super powerful. But again, what do we do with that in a way that allows everyone involved to feel that we can work together to get over that hate that is felt in schools? Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Ahmed.
Yeah, so thank you, Director Ennis and Dr. Bashir. Amazing work. And when the motion came, I wholeheartedly supported it. Just wanted to point out that anti-Semitism is a cancer, just like any other hate. All hates are cancer in our society. We need to address the anti-Semitism and also our sincere efforts we have to put in to make our schools safe for everyone, not only Jewish students, Palestinian students, Muslim students, Black, Indigenous, all students. The thing that took my heart away in the report was presence of visible anti-Semitic symbols on school premises, especially the students frequently reported encountering visible symbols of anti-Semitism, most notably swastikas drawn in bathrooms and desks and so on. The swastikas, nobody can mistake what symbol this is. This is a symbol of hate, and I can only imagine the horrors that it can instigate in people who have gone through the horrors. So that's a symbol of hate. There is no ambiguity there. I also want to point out something in the report. Some incidents that are quoted, these incidents included hateful responses to pro-Israel posts, which caused some students to feel threatened. Pro-Israel posts, we have to understand this. And this is a school board, I understand that. But the Prime Minister of that country is having a pending arrest warrant for the crimes against humanity. So saying anything or posting anything against pro-Israel is not anti-Semitic. We need to stop there. Okay? We need to have proper incidents of anti-Semitism so that if we do not diagnose the disease properly, we can never treat the disease then. We are going to mistreat the patient. So it's conflating this and that is not right. So on creation of social media accounts by students within the school to post anti-Jewish content, which needs to be investigated if our students are doing this. And express hatred towards Israel. Again, because of the actions of a foreign country, it's happening. Canada has expressly committed on record that if that person sets foot on Canadian soil, will be arrested. So pro-Israel, hating Israel or criticizing legitimate actions is not anti-Semitism. Posting any anti-Jewish comments should never be tolerated. This is hateful conduct. This has no place in our schools. But expressing hatred towards Israel is not synonymous with anti-Semitism, no matter how anybody wants to say this. One example was when peers displayed Palestinian. There is another example when peers displayed Palestinian flags on unrelated school projects, which was perceived as a deliberate and uncomfortable display of solidarity with Palestinians. See, while implementing the harmful language protocol, how do we plan to ensure it doesn't stifle legitimate criticism of countries or political entities that have internationally been acknowledged as committing crimes against humanity and war crimes? Specifically, how are we going to protect Palestinian voices? How are we going to do that? Some students are conflating criticism of Israel with anti-Semitism. How are we going to address this? Also, I want to point out fully...
Trustee Ahmed?
Yes.
You have gone over your time, and I've been very liberal. I will ask you to go back on the list. I know
Yes.
you have a number of questions.
My hand is still up.
Yes, I understand that. I, too, have received a number of emails asking me to ask questions this evening, so I am going to put myself on the list since I didn't see anyone else's hand in the air. And I will go to Trustee Baxter before Trustee Naveed gets a chance to go back on there. But these are not my questions; these are questions from the public. Particular care must be taken to include thoughtful and balanced attention to both Palestinian and Jewish identities. Creating safe and respectful spaces for educators to affirm both identities is essential in fostering truly inclusive classrooms. However, according to this parent, the terms Palestinian and Jewish are not parallel. Palestinian refers to an ethnic and national identity, whereas Jewish refers to a religious identity. Equating the two in this way risks inadvertently reinforcing harmful conflations, particularly the common but dangerous tendency to equate criticism of Israel with criticism of Jewish people as a whole. This conflation is precisely the kind of issue the report itself seeks to address, as noted at the beginning of page 23. A recurring concern was the blurred line between political expression and anti-Semitism, with some students reporting being labeled or targeted simply for being Jewish or perceived as pro-Israel. Simply being Jewish should not be perceived by anyone as being pro-Israel. To genuinely address this concern, the board must explicitly distinguish between anti-Semitism and critique of Israel. The language in Recommendation 3 should reflect this clarity by avoiding generalizations that risk reinforcing the misunderstandings the report aims to resolve. Similar conflation is evident in other sections of the report, but there the writer can understand that the staff is quoting what the students told them during the study. However, the recommendations section is written by the staff. Therefore, the choice of words must be clear and unambiguous in that section. That is the entirety of what was written to me. And I bring that to you, not expecting you to resolve it in a day, but if you can at least speak to that particular concern, and then we will move to Trustee Baxter.
Thank you for the question. So through your chair, I can only speak to the intent of the report. And the intent of the report was to gather student perceptions on their experiences of anti-Semitism. And that is what is summarized in the report. Whether there is conflation or inaccuracies in the student perceptions, that is a possibility. But it's beyond, the role of the author to address those inaccuracies or discrepancies in student perceptions. With regard to the staff recommendation component, in the line where Jewish and Palestinian identity is referenced on the same line, I'll just mention 2 points there. As per the Anti-Racism Directorate, Jewish identity also can be categorized as an ethno-cultural identity. And in fact, it is listed as an ethnicity within their data standards. And so that's in keeping with the way that ARD would classify it. It is not only a religious affiliation. But also say that for the staff recommendation, we reference Jewish and Palestinian identity broadly. And in fact, nowhere in the report or even in conversations with students did we provide any definitions, because it is very much a personal identification. And within our Human Rights and Equity and Inclusion Department, these are the terms that are used. So I'll offer that for now.
Director Ennis, is there anything you'd like to offer? Okay. So when I read the report, I noted the difference between the staff recommendations and student voice, and I think the writer of this did as well. I just want to ensure that you want, because I know I read it and it was long, but he did indicate that he understood that students might conflate, but is hoping that staff will understand the difference between Jewishness and Palestinian identity, and not conflate those two, because they're not congruent. And so I will leave that with you, and hope that we see that what comes out of this and the next report that we will be getting on anti-Palestinian racism and the other forms of hatred. I'm hoping that we can find room for conversations among our students and our staff to bring greater understanding. That would be the best way forward, I think. So I will now go to Trustee Baxter.
Thank you. Through the chair to the chair, just a quick question before my question about the report. So what you had read sounded very much like what would have been a delegation. So I'm just wondering if other community members who have statements, could they send them to you and have them read at the next board meeting? If they have comments about the recommendations in this report, could some time be set aside at the next meeting? I don't believe that community knew that they could send comments or recommendations on this report to you and have them read at the board, but now that they do, could you set some time aside in June for that?
I've always entertained questions from the public. I've always told people that they can send them to me. So yes, if people have questions on an agenda item that's on the agenda, absolutely. But this item won't be on the agenda at the next meeting.
Okay.
It has to be on the agenda for me to ask a question.
So were the other people who requested to delegate also given the opportunity to provide something in writing, as this person did, to be read, or you chose to read that question?
The people who contacted me and asked, well, then how do I proceed with getting my question asked? I said to those people, you can go straight through the director, or you can ask your local trustee to ask a question on your behalf.
Okay.
And they proceeded to ask me to ask the questions.
Okay. So as an alternative to delegation, it can be simply brought as a question or a recommendation.
Well, I think many of our community members approach trustees to ask questions on their behalf.
Absolutely. Okay,
Yeah.
Thank you. That's good for
Yeah.
clarity. So my question, I guess, is through the chair to the director around statements that a couple of students appear to have made in the report around staff and the items that staff have been wearing in schools. In particular, I think there was one quote, "clothes that show Palestine when it's actually Israel." I don't know if that's alluding to the erasure of Israel, which was in May of last year, stated by the board, or in the opinion of the board, to be anti-Semitic. So I'm just wondering, I know we talked about students and that as students understood the effect of the things that they're doing and saying they would choose not to do it, staff are under a very different expectation. And the ministry was very clear that staff should be apolitical in schools. So evidently from what students shared through this project, staff are not apolitical when it comes to this issue. And in looking at the greater view beyond this particular issue and this particular region, there's a lot of geopolitical unrest around the world. So does the board have an issue or a position around staff demonstrating their particular political perspective in classrooms? Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Trustee Baxter. Certainly, our message has been quite consistent with the ministry that we need to be apolitical, and certainly as director, my message has been to staff to keep politics out of the classroom, and let's continue to focus on student learning and student achievement, student belonging, and student well-being. So that has been certainly the message that we have been putting forward to staff. And so, you know, there are many different parameters and nuances to articles of clothing, pieces of jewelry. I don't know the particular context in which the students shared those, their experiences. And I know, and I don't believe, Dr. Bicheglia, perhaps you can correct me or expand on that, if we're able to identify who students were talking about, where they were talking about this, where it happened, in what context. Can you expound on that for me, please?
So with that particular instance that was phrased, I cannot comment. There is no additional details that I can provide as to whether it was at a particular school or etc. I think the general sentiment was that any figure demonstrating Palestine was deemed as problematic from the student's perspective. And so so I don't know whether that sweater would have been the Palestinian flag, I don't know, but that's the extent of detail that would have been provided.
Are there any other questions? Go ahead.
So just to clarify, none of the students described imagery of a map of Israel in any way labeled something other than Israel. That was not described by any of the students? So in that particular context, I don't know that that was the sweater that the educator was worn. Certainly there were comments shared by students of discord amongst their peers as to whether the map symbolizes Israel or symbolizes Palestine and where and so forth. There was several comments around that theme. So it's discord amongst peers, however, not necessarily between peers and an educator.
Thank you. Trustee Ahmed.
Thank you, Chair. Through you. So I just wanted to say one more thing, that I fully support Holocaust education. And I also ask for Nakba Day to be included in our school calendar. We have to remember it's not a zero-sum game where acknowledging the pain and sufferings of one party automatically invalidates the pain and sufferings of another. We need to be clear of this claim, and this claim is not sincere. My questions are, in light of that, first, thank you, Director Ennis. You said that political affiliations, we are apolitical and we don't have any political affiliations. So in light of that, I also want to comment that anybody who's coming to dispense the Holocaust education to our students or our staff should also be apolitical if they have political affiliations with Israel, like B'nai B'rith or other friends of Simon Wiesenthal. They should automatically be disqualified because they are not qualified. They are politically affiliated with Israel. Also, we have to give an opportunity to non-political groups like independent Jewish voices. That should be our strategy. How are we going to make sure that we are not partnering with the organizations that have political affiliations? Holocaust education is very important. It is our life's shameful truth. It must be taught to every student, but so is the Nakba of Palestinian people. Acknowledging one will not automatically negate the other. We should not fall for this false equivalency. It's important to note Israel's population is diverse. 74% Jewish, 18% Muslims, 2% Christian, 6% other religious or unaffiliated groups. How does this factor into our educational approach if we have to do this? So those are my comments, and definitely I want answers for those. Thank you.
Trustee Ahmed, would you just summarize for me the question that you're asking? So you said a lot of things there.
Okay, one question is like HDSB is apolitical. So how are we going to make sure that any group or organization that is politically affiliated with with a foreign government like Israel is not coming and delivering the education to our students and our staff? And we are choosing somebody like Independent Jewish Voices who are completely apolitical, completely non-affiliated with any political groups or countries.
So here's what I found, Trustee Ahmed, that over the last 2 years, we have partnered with any number of organizations, both Muslim, Palestinian, Arab, Jewish, Israeli, and I can tell you from where I sit that there are always opposition to particular groups or organizations in our schools, and we have to ensure that we have a diversity of voices, making sure that we are bringing sort of a full picture to the table. And so it is a challenge to us as a school board in terms of those who come into our spaces. But what I can offer is that we're going to continue to provide a diversity of voices on particular topics. And what I have found to be our experience is that we can never satisfy everyone in that process. But I think it's important that we hear from a multiplicity of voices towards a particular topic.
I'm going to go to Shinyi or Trustee Zhang, and then we'll go back to you. You had a number of questions in there, so we'll go to Trustee Zhang.
Thank you, Chair, and to Dr. Bisaglia. Thank you for identifying so many the type of appearance of anti-Semitism, and so today anti-Semitism is different to that 80 years ago. That's why it's very important to identify what's exactly happening in school. I want to echo Trustee Ahmed said. This is not just anti-Semitism. All type of hates are disease, so we need to conquer those diseases. And it's very important first we need to have diagnose these diseases. We know what its appearance, and then we need to address those issues and conquer it. Because now we have a report. The report should be meaningful for us for future action. So I know in the next report we will have a broader scope. I just hope in the next report we can include several items. So the first is the root cause. We need to know what caused these issues. Doesn't matter if it's anti-Semitism or another type of hate. And the other one is the school response. If we have data, if they're not available at this time, is okay. So this is for future improvement. And if we can have multiple year data, so we can trace the trend. So what is developing? If something is, because the trend will tell us how we can prioritize which area we can focus on first. So I believe these items are important in the future reports. Thank you.
Is there a response for this? No? Okay. Trustee Ahmed, if you wanted to elucidate a little bit more on the second half of what you said, because I heard a whole bunch after the bit about partnering with organizations, and so I'm sure that you had another question, at least one in there.
Thank you, Chair. I think it was mostly answered by Director Ennis very satisfactorily, but the question that I had was the same thing, like how are we going to make sure that we are not affiliating ourselves with the organizations who have political affiliations? And he clarified that we need to give platform to diverse voices, and that I understand.
Okay, yeah, I just have one more question that came to me via email, and it was regarding the harmful language protocol. The question was, how will you ensure it doesn't stifle legitimate criticism of countries or political entities? Specifically, how will you protect Palestinian or other voices? Some students are conflating criticism of Israel with anti-Semitism. How will your protocol address this? And I guess this seems to be a theme that's running through the questions here, is that wanting to make sure that, and this is why I keep saying we need to be having good conversations and making inroads into getting through some of the misconceptions, because it seems that there are people who view some things as troubling, and the other side of the coin is that, no, I'm not against you, I'm for me. And so, but because of the centuries and millennia of history of the region, that's hard to sit down and have those conversations. How do we do that at the school level, so that we bring students together and say, you know, you don't like my t-shirt, explain to me why you don't like my t-shirt. You don't like the symbol I wear around my neck, explain to me why you don't like that symbol. And for very young students, maybe even explaining why the swastika is a nasty thing. And I know that the backwards swastika is actually not a nasty thing. It's only the way that we've seen it in the Hitler era that is the nasty way. So it's like there's so many layers to this. How do we cut through the layers and bring everybody to a place of common understanding and enrich our lives by exposing ourselves to others instead of being fearful of one another? That's what I would like to see.
Thank you, Chair Collard. So certainly I would love to see us all at the table having conversations in mutually beneficial ways, that all of our students, be they Jewish, Israeli, Palestinian, Muslim, Arab, can sit down together in unity and in harmony. That is the goal I think that all of us want to see. But I don't want to lose sight of the fact that tonight's report focused on student voices on anti-Semitism, and that's critical. We heard their voices, and I think we have a duty and a responsibility to respond to those voices. And so I don't want to conflate the conversation with other things. Tonight, there will be opportunities for other forms of hate, discrimination, and racism to come to the table, and we will explore those at that time. But tonight we're focused on our Jewish students, and I want to acknowledge them and for their courage and their bravery of coming forward and speaking their truths and how they feel. And so it is up to us as a community to respond in ways that will help them to have a sense of belonging and to create the conditions within our schools where they feel safe, where they feel that they can come to school without fear of repercussion, without fear of any sort of hiding their own identity, as we heard in the report. That is not the kind of school that we want to create. And further to that, I would love for us to create a apolitical school system where we get rid of things that are divisive, that are causing harm, and so that everyone can walk into school feeling a sense of safety, a sense of belonging. And so that would be my strong desire. But then, as we work through that, I think we are going to continue to affirm Jewish identities in our school, and to the recommendations, we're going to be doubling our efforts in working through those to make sure that we're creating spaces where our Jewish students feel that they can walk into our schools feeling a sense of safety, feeling a sense of belonging. So that's my hope, and I don't want that to be lost in the conversations today. There are many conversations happening around conflation, around all kinds of things. That is not our purview, that is not the mandate, nor the scope of our report. We're talking about how students feel and what they're experiencing, and we should never lose sight of that.
Thank you very much, Director Ennis. That was a good summary and ending to the topic. And I don't see any other hands in the air. Oh, go ahead, Trustee Baxter.
Thank you, through the chair. I'd just like to thank Director Ennis for his words and support that theme. In terms of reading or relaying messages that we've heard from parents, what I've heard since October 7th from families is that they were hoping that our schools would be places that would be apolitical, because all students have some connection to some other part of the world, I think, in our schools. And so the hope was that foreign conflicts, as they're ongoing, would be left at home or at the door. But in our board, they were in the foyers, they were in the cafeterias, they were at the front door in the form of rallies that were led by external groups and adults. And so I think the question I would ask is follow up to Director Ennis's statement, and fully in agreement, is just a plea to adults in the community to just let our schools be. We have a very strong Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Protest is absolutely allowed and encouraged in public spaces, but to ask those community groups and adults to consider allowing our students to come to school and just be Canadians and students, and encourage, and parents as well, to encourage students to engage in activism outside of school. And the same plea goes to staff who are looking to bring their political views and their activism into the classroom. Let's try, with the very few hours of the school day, to allow students to be students, focus on what brings our students together, which is our Canadian identity, our strong, long Indigenous history, and let's focus on those things. And I think hopefully with that agreement, we can avoid a lot of the conversations that we're talking about having, because you're right, Chair Collard, there's a long history, and there are a lot of people in our schools that have come from other places where they're bringing their own views and traumas and beliefs. And if we allow students to be students and Canadians in school, I think we can find a much more peaceful atmosphere. And again, thank you to Director Ennis and to staff who've supported the work and support our students every day. Very appreciated.
Thank you very much for those words, Trustee Baxter. They were very well stated, and I agree wholeheartedly. I think it's time for us to take a recess. Let's take 10 minutes and refresh ourselves and come back. Thank you. Before we move on to the director's report, I believe that Trustee Bryden wanted to.
We have Roxana's report yet.
Okay, before we go into Roxana's report, Trustee Bryden wanted to speak to a motion previously passed this evening, so I'm going to ask him to speak to that.
Thank you. In regards to the motion on electronic meetings and meeting attendance, it's been brought to my attention that not all trustees were aware at the time of the vote that that would take effect immediately, and that it was suggested that a transition period be invoked through the end of the existing regularly scheduled board meetings. As such, I would move that we amend that motion by adding effective June 18th, 2025 to the end of the statement.
Thank you very much. Is there a seconder for this motion? Trustee Shuttleworth? And I would like to thank Trustee Bryden personally for addressing this, because I know that trustees were not anticipating this going into effect immediately. So is there any discussion? All those in favor by show of hands. I'm sorry?
It was a little garbled. I didn't quite hear the motion. If I could just get it repeated, please.
The motion is to amend a motion previously adopted to add, to go into effect June 18, 2025, to bring us to the end of our board meetings for this school year.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And so again, all those in favor by show of hands. And I see that passed unanimously. Thank you very much, Trustee Bryden. We will now go on to Superintendent Nagoy's report for us on 6.1.3, 2025-2026 budget update. And I will ask her to speak to this report. I know we don't yet have the grants information, so the floor is yours.
Thank you. And through Chair Call to all trustees, we do not have as much of an update as we would hope for this time of the year. Unfortunately, the core education funding hasn't been released. What we currently know is that the Minister of Finance proposed to table the provincial budget on May 15th, potentially announce it on May 12th, but table it on May 15th. It typically takes a couple more weeks to release the various public sector's budgets information. So the core education funding, I would assume at this point it would be released towards the end of May. That is quite late in the process, as trustees would know, and the concern is that we may have to extend our approval timelines. At this point in time, we do have a committee of the whole on May 20th. So we will be providing an update as much as we can, but we still may not have the grants and have the full picture. In absence of that, we have been working diligently to develop all the other elements of the budget. So we've updated enrollment as part when we take the snapshot for March 31st, which is one of the official count dates. We have updated the enrollment. We are still in a declining position in both elementary and secondary panels, but we're better off than what we anticipated in November when the first projections for next year are due to the ministry. So we're better by about 127 average daily enrollment than the November number, but we're still looking at over 1,100 decrease in enrollment. We have provided in the report a bit of an update on the other revenues that are non-provincial grant related, but they only represent less than 10% of our budget, so it doesn't tell us a lot, as well as an update to the expenses. That is a very first draft and preliminary. There's details in the appendices as well. Overall, we're looking at an increase of about 18 million over the current year, even though we are in a declining enrollment, and that is as a result of compensation increases, both centrally negotiated as well as grid movements, increases related to contractual agreements and renewals, as well as transportation. One of the other ones is the education development charges. So if that's out of compliance, but if we do have any site purchases in the year, things like that. There's a staffing update as well. The decrease in staffing is preliminary. It is solely based on the enrollment projections. We do not place staff until the students are actually in the seats. So when you get updates from an HR perspective, as we do the staffing process from May and into June, it may be different. So I just want to caution you on that as well. And with that, we are not sure at this point if we will be able to balance the budget or have only a deficit that is on one-time items. That is the intent of this budget, and we thought originally we would be able to do that with some adjustments, reallocations, reprioritization of funding, being very diligent on how we spend our money, but not having the grants and not knowing if there's any changes or surprises, it is very difficult. And we've seen quite some significant increases in renewal of contracts and the impact overall of the market, the economic uncertainty, and the tariff wars is just, there's a lot of uncertainty around those that we don't know how they will be at this point in balancing our budget. And with that, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Are there any questions for, Trustee Baxter?
Through the chair, just a quick one. I was reading an article recently about another board, and they had commented on the savings that they'd already realized due to the suspension of the carbon tax. And I was wondering if we've seen anything substantial, and if it continues to be, I'm not sure what the status is, on hold or not charged. Do you anticipate any benefits to the board next year?
Excellent question. And actually, I had a note on it I forgot to mention. Yes, the savings as a result of carbon tax are around 1.7 million annually, just because the rates are not as higher as we expected them to be with the increases that were proposed. So there is quite a little bit of saving. It's already reflected in our update in the report.
Excellent news. We need more of that. Are there any other questions for Superintendent Ngoy? Seeing none, thank you very much. Now we will move on to the director's report.
Thank you, Chair Collard, and good evening once again. It is with a profound sense of sadness that I share that one of our staff members, teacher Carl Faria, teacher at Post Corners Public School, has passed away. Mr. Faria was a valued member of Post Corners community for 6 years and will be remembered for his passion for physical fitness, his sense of humor, most of all his love of teaching. He'll be deeply missed and fondly remembered by everyone that knew him. Our thoughts are with Carl's family and friends and the entire Post Corners school community. I had the opportunity today to visit Post Corners, and I want to say thanks to Sarah, Kathleen, and Miriam, the administrators at the school, for their support for staff and students and community as well. Trustees, I think you should know that we have an incredible team of what we call the TERT, or a response team, that goes into our schools whenever there is a tragedy or someone passes away, wherever schools need support. Every time I visit the schools, the response is always the same. They are overwhelmed by the outpouring of support. They are so privileged to have to work in the HDSB and have the kinds of support that we offer. And our staff are there even on weekends, nights, doesn't matter what time of day or day of the week. And so we're so incredibly proud of that team for the response and how they support our team. But we want to remember Carl. I heard so many wonderful stories about him today, of how he came to school, even when he was ill, just with his bravery and his courage, because he wanted to be there for students, and he wanted to engage in activities that he loved. And so we're going to miss him, and I know the students and staff at Post Corners, our thoughts are with them. If you join me in a moment of silence for Carl, thank you. Thank you. As you know, April was HLF month, and on April the 30th, last week, we had students in the spotlight that was held at Burlington Central High School to showcase the amazing singing, musical, and dance talent of our students and other performances by our HDSB schools. I know we were so busy on that night that we didn't make it, many of us in this room. Many of the superintendents made it, so thank you for that support. And Tina and many of our superintendents were there, but the trustees and myself and Carolina, we couldn't make it, so we didn't get to see all the amazing talents and gifts of our students. So we want to thank them for that. Students from the iSTEM program at TA Blakelock, Elsie McGill, and Aldershot were announced as regional finalists in the Samson Solve for Tomorrow competition. Congratulations to them. Their innovative projects address real-world problems using STEM learning, showcasing critical thinking and community responsibility. Our Climate Action Youth Forum for Environmental and Global Citizenship was held. Of course, we heard this from Superintendent Flahat. He's always so excited about this. And so thank you to, we are truly seeing Trustee Bryden often asks us about the impact. We're truly seeing, the Sustainable Development Goals embraced across our system in ways that we could have only dreamed of. Superintendent Flahat spoke about the number of schools that have come on board in becoming, eco schools, and we're seeing it right across Halton. So kudos to the team who are working in bringing more schools on board, and for the teachers and students who are embracing this work. Earth Day, April 22nd, in celebration, we highlighted the Halton Environmental Network Generation Green Initiative. This program encouraged student-led environmental projects, fostering sustainability and environmental stewardship within schools. DECA in the HDSB, we showcased our student involvement in DECA, highlighting their achievements and their experiences in business competition. We want to say congratulations to the students who demonstrated their skills in entrepreneurship, marketing, finance, and reflecting the board's commitment to experiential learning. The Ontario Skills Competition, 47 students, HDSB students, advanced to the Skills Ontario Competition, which are held May 5th and 6th at the Toronto Congress Centre. We're happy to report that students from Post Corners and Maplehurst Public School won gold. So congratulations to them on, yes, it deserves a nice round of applause. Thank you. Thank you. I actually went to the classroom today of the gold medalists at Post Corners, and they demonstrated for me. I couldn't tell you what they did because, but they were solving some real world problems, of how to store nuclear waste and all kinds of things. But they did an outstanding job for that. They won gold, and they told me that they had, this is a competition that you walk in not knowing what you're going to the assignment will be. And they were able to use their creativity and ingenuity to come up with solutions that won them gold. Celebration of student excellence. I know all of us are looking forward to this. This is a highlight of our year. It's a highlight for our board. And so can't wait to see everyone on Thursday at 7 p.m. at Elsie McGill. I know that the staff in the director's office, they have been busy planning and putting together the program and all of the prizes and surprises for you. So please, we're looking forward to a wonderful, wonderful evening celebrating excellence in HDSB with students and their families. Of course, we are in Education Week, and to showcase this meaningful work across HDSB, we are looking at the contribution of students, staff, and the broader community throughout this week. We're sharing stories that demonstrate how the multi-year strategic plan is shaping learning environments and supporting student success and well-being. Tomorrow we're launching an exciting new initiative called We Are HDSB, and I know Heather and team are excited about that launch, and so we're looking forward to what that will bring in terms of highlighting the HDSB and all of the great things that we do. So we can't wait for that. And that brings me to the end of the director's report, so thank you.
Thank you very much, Director Ennis. Are there any questions? Okay, seeing none, we will move on to communications of the chair. And I will start with my connections to the multi-year strategic plan. Each month I've been highlighting one of the commitments in our multi-year strategic plan is ties to the Education Act and how the work of trustees supports it. This month I would like to highlight mental health and well-being. Section 0.1 of the Education Act specifies the purpose of education as follows. A strong public education system is the foundation of a prosperous, caring, and civil society. The purpose of education is to provide students with the opportunity to realize their potential and develop into highly skilled, knowledgeable, caring citizens who contribute to their society. Our multi-year strategic plan has been built on integrated commitments. Each of the commitments supports and upholds the other commitments, increasing the strength of the plan. Our commitment to mental health and well-being is embedded in everything we do, starting with kindness, community, and connection. Section 169.11 of the Education Act specifies that every board shall promote student achievement and well-being, and goes on in Section 169.2 to state that every board shall develop the multi-year plan with the aim of achieving goals related to the provincial priorities in education in the area of student achievement. Trustees have a specific responsibility in this area in Section 218.1, which states that a member of the board shall maintain focus on student achievement and well-being. Student achievement and well-being are linked in the Education Act for a reason. Without one, the other suffers. Trustees also have responsibility for approving the annual budget under Section 232(3) of the Education Act, and this must be aligned with the goals and priorities of the multi-year strategic plan. Our commitment to mental health and well-being must be reflected in our board's budget. And the other item in my update is linked to the agenda is the letter that was sent to the Minister of Education and Premier regarding the impacts of tariffs on funding in response to motion M25034. And I'd like to thank everyone who participated in making that letter as good as it is. Moving on to committee updates. Our statutory committees, 5.4.1.1, Parent Involvement Committee, Trustee Zhang.
Thank you, Chair. In the most recent PIC meeting, a summary report about the PIC conference was presented. In February, the PIC conference had 632 registered parents and guardians, 50 workshops, 21 community displays, 145 registered for the child mining, 50 plus adult and children volunteers. After the conference, 97% of feedback ranked excellent or good on conference organizing. We heard from the community about the previous experiences and that's a recommendation for improvement for this year. And we added 3 buses for transportation. Early this year, the Parent Involvement Committee moved the conference from April to winter time. And the next conference will be on November 15th. Our community can participate not only by attending the conference, but also by volunteering at the conference, promoting the conference to more educational community organizations, and inviting great workshop presenters. We would like to see you again in the next PIC conference in November. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Trustee Zhang, and I believe the next one is yours also, Special Education Advisory Committee update.
Okay, thank you. Thank you again, Chair. The Special Education Committee is inviting our SEAC members to share experience in their professional fields. In the recent SEAC meeting, we had 2 presentations. The first presentation was from the CDL, Center for Diverse Learners. CDL is a dedicated organization to support and empower neurodiverse learners through advocacy, education, and services so that individuals with diverse learning needs are valued and empowered. The presentation introduced 3 service categories CDL is offering, including academic programming, mental health and social well-being, and community engagement. I did the second presentation in the meeting on web accessibility. The presentation provided the overall ideas on the challenges the vision impaired users are facing when surfing the internet, what adaptive technologies are available to support vision impaired users, and the balance between creative website layout and accessibility needs, and the industry standards and the guidelines for accessible websites. It was not a technical discussion, but sharing knowledge about screen readers, font size settings, and many web features most users are not aware of. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Now under our staff-led committees, accessibility, Trustee Baxter.
Thank you. We haven't had a meeting since the last board meeting, but looking forward to the next one on May 22nd.
Thank you very much. Moving on to environmental leadership and sustainability, Trustee Rocha.
Since my last update, there hasn't been a meeting, so nothing to report.
Thank you. Human Rights Equity Advisory Committee, Trustees Ahmed and Baxter.
Thank you, Chair. We haven't had another meeting since we reported the last meeting. We are going to report back once we have the meeting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And Mental Health Strategy Advisory Committee, Vice Chair Oliver.
Thank you. Through your chair, the committee will be meeting in June to work on developing an action plan for the upcoming school year based on the identified priority and goal areas and the feedback received from many stakeholder groups. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now moving on to item 5.5, OPSPA update, and Trustees Gray and Daniele, take it away.
Okay, thank you very much. I have a little bit of information to share tonight. It was a really busy time last week. Many of you would have known that the Education, Labor Relations and Human Resources Symposium took place, and I was really delighted to see that we had staff from our own board as keynote speakers and presenters. Jonathan Schoss and Alison Napolito and Lisa Cadot all made presentations, and I was in attendance at all these presentations, and they were really well done, and made me really proud as the trustee for Halton Region to listen to all the wonderful things that they were able to share. As you know, the registration is open for the AGM from June 12 to 14. Please check into that. Make sure that you get your registration completed, and any arrangements that you need to make to stay in that area for that conference. May 20 to 23. Today, I reached out to my MPP, and I was surprised a little bit. Like, I knew that this education week was coming up and we would need to take our MPP to school, but he already knew it. I guess that all the MPPs around the province have been informed that the trustees will be getting in touch with you to make an arrangement to take a tour of one of the schools. So that was the response that I received, and I'm already on that plan in working out where this MPP may take a visit. Friday night and all day Saturday, Trustee Daniele and I were involved in the OPSPA Board of Directors meeting. I've got the package here. You're going to get the minutes soon coming out from OPSPA, or at least the highlights. Some of the things that stood out for me was the presentation that we had on the measles cases that we have in Ontario. 1,300 cases in Ontario, the largest number of measles in 30 years. And health units around the province continue to assess the risk and build caseloads. And so that was sort of eye-opening, and something that has to be on the radar. We spent a lot of time at OPSPA talking about the focus on funding, and the fact that there are rising special education needs, and a little bit about the pupil accommodation, and OPSPA's work with advocating on behalf of everyone in terms of funding. Both Shane and Jennifer, two of the staff at OPSPA, recently met with Minister Calandria to discuss those very issues. We looked at the OPSPA budget, which is not liking to hear that it's going up 2.9%, but it is for next year. And we discussed at length how money could be found so that we didn't see an increase in that budget ask. There is a vacancy for the first vice president in OPSPA. You would have seen that. And we spent a lot of time on policy resolutions, and that will be coming out in a package soon to you. Lots of committee reports were given, and along with the regional board reports. So all to say, when you see the package coming out, please have a look at it because there was lots covered. All of you would have received today information from the OESC opportunities to participate in the webinars coming up, and the fact that we have 6 modules as well. So we've got 4 webinars and 6 modules to complete by the 1st of September. So lots of work to be done there, and the ability to register into those webinars was made open and available today. Each webinar is about 1.5 hours long, so please watch and check into that and see if you can't participate in a few of those in the near future. That's all I have. Donna, do you have anything else to add?
Just a couple contextual points. Those webinars that we're hearing, all 4 of the webinars are in May. So that's something you're going to want to look at sooner than later. In terms of the first vice president of OPSLA, please note that that position is open to anyone, any trustee who is interested, that would be interested in running. If you've got any questions, please feel free to reach out to me and I can talk to you about executive council. I will be sending out something throughout the region. I'll be asking for 1 representative from each board in Central West to sit on the Healthy Democracy Scholarship Committee. We'll be meeting in beginning of June to choose a scholarship recipient from the Central West region. And as such, I ask for a volunteer from each and every one of the boards. And just on the measles piece, 2 things that I took away from it that I was quite glad to hear. Any of us born before 1970 were considered pretty much immune because we would have gotten, because I don't know about anybody else in my age bracket, but I don't know where my little yellow card is anymore. But they did emphasize for school boards to make sure our staff know their vaccination status. Should there be an outbreak in their school, that they have that readily accessible. So those were just 2 of the pieces that I took out of the measles. And that's about all I can think to add, Jean.
Thank you very much, both trustees Daniele and Gray. And if anyone, after finishing any of the modules or webinars, wants to have a group talk about what they learned, share their thoughts, I'm happy to arrange these things. So if you're interested, just let me know. And we will move on to trustee questions of clarification. Trustee Zhang.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I'm a regular public transit customer. So now the weather is a springtime. The weather is nice, and I saw more when I ride the bus, Burlington bus. I saw more students are also taking the bus, and there are two issues I observed. One is the students, they don't have a Presto card, and also sometimes some students, they integrate the Presto into their mobile app, and there's a low battery and they cannot tap it. So I'm thinking if we can, because last year or a year before, and in Oakville, the schools and work with the Oakville Transit to issue the Presto to students. If our board can do the same in Burlington, can help the Burlington students have a Presto card, this will be easier for the Burlington Transit. And in Burlington Transit, even students, children at 12 years and old or under, it's ride free, but they like everyone tap the Presto because that the data can help them to do the better the route planning. That's my thought. Thank you.
We've been in negotiations with the City of Burlington regarding better synergies with Burlington Transit ever since I became a trustee and probably before then. I know that those talks have started coming up again, and I think that would be great to bring this to City of Burlington's attention. There are a number of ways that we can work together better and find synergies that fill city buses while freeing up yellow buses, and I know that that would make Superintendent Nagoy very happy, because she's the one that's responsible for the buses. So yes, I agree with you wholeheartedly on that. Let's try and move that forward. Are there any other trustee questions of clarification? Trustee news. Trustee Amos. Oh, she just joined. Trustee Amos, we're on to trustee news. Did you have any items?
Not at this moment that I know of.
Okay, thank you. So, seeing that there are no announcements for this evening, we can head into private session. Trustee Gray, would you move a motion to go into committee of the whole private session respecting property security, litigation, and negotiation matters?
Yes, I will.
This meeting is not open to the public pursuant to Education Act 2072. Trustee Baxter, would you like to second this motion?
Yes, please.
Are there any objections to moving into private session? Seeing none, the motion is passed by unanimous consent, and we are now in private session. Vice Chair Oliver, the floor is yours.
Good evening.
We are back in public session, and at item 6.2, approval of business transaction in committee of the whole. Private session. We do not have any business from private session that requires approval this evening. So we have now reached section 7, adjournment. And as our agenda is exhausted, I call this meeting adjourned.